Alive. I think I should start by acknowledging that I didn't stream yesterday. I have no intention of streaming daily, it's just this week is a good period for me to stream. And I'm really into the game, so that's the only reason it worked out that way. But yesterday, I played Frosthaven with my friends, which took an entire day, so I wasn't gonna say no to them. And that's all I wanted to explain there. I looked through the tutorials and the achievements again. I did get the achievement for reaching max corruption and surviving. I think surviving means reaching the end of a biome. So if the corruption does you in before you can reach a point where you can return to passage, then you didn't survive reaching max corruption, which I think makes sense. Apparently there's a way of killing enemies with environmental hazards. There's an achievement for killing an enemy that way without shooting it at all. And I don't think there are any other achievements that I particularly want to go for. When it comes to the tutorials, I was wondering if overdrive deals more damage the more power you have in the power gauge. It doesn't say that it does, so that's either a hidden nuance or I'm completely wrong and there's something else affecting the damage of overdrive. So, one thing before I get started. I was thinking about the modifiers again, and I genuinely don't think that Lucenite devaluation is doing anything. So if I want max difficulty and the most interesting difficulty, I'm going to remove Lucenite devaluation and activate artifact destruction. Because I might start playing multiple biomes in a row and it's actually going to do something now. And either way, Lucenite devaluation has no effect on the current run. The outcome of the run, anyway. So I think that should be interesting, and I'll keep going with my drastic, ridiculous ways. Was the Legion node animated like that before? Huh. I was avoiding spoilers, but I did see something about the game getting a balance update. I guess they might have added some little touches like this as well. That's what I'm doing with the difficulty. And before I throw myself at Architect again, which I might do with a full run starting from Shattered Rise, I want to do the Nightmare Strand in Ancient Depths. So here we go. Alright, I'm already so accustomed to double sensitivity on the camera turning, to where I had to pay attention to notice that it's fast. Maybe that's kind of funny. I definitely want to power myself up a bunch and get a good weapon before I head into the Strand. Why does it feel like I start with a lot of maximum life now? Yeah, that's nearly 200. Maybe it was like that before. I'm not sure. I have the Marksman. I'll stick with the Marksman. That's a decent artifact. That's a lot of power, oh my. And I have this thing. Right. I'd forgotten. I already used the shield. I guess that's the one achievement I could go for, is beating an area without using the shield. Wait a minute. eclipse threads are only active during the eclipse, so that's another incentive to activate the eclipse. That's kind of cool. I think I'll do one branch of this area without the eclipse, though. I think I was too cocky before. It didn't go well. Right, that's a point of no return. Well, could have grabbed some more stuff on the way in. It's kind of lousy. I don't even want to spend a Acolyte's wager to remove that later. Sure. Ah, there I hit 2 of them. That's nice. Yeah, I still have all damage causes corruption. That's fine though. Still being at least a little bit careless, maybe. Just because the eclipse isn't active doesn't mean I should be this blasé. Playing pretty badly so far. Ah, punished for not activating the eclipse. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I was thinking that I don't have to activate the eclipse right away to do the Nightmare Strand, so maybe I need more of a warm-up before I go there anyway. I should have thought of this sooner, but okay. There's a silly thing with the PS5 and the overlay. You could enable your microphone in all of the settings, but if you don't open the stream overlay and enable and unmute the mic there, then you won't get any audio anyway, which is kind of silly. Oh, it's this thing. Yeah, it's slow to turn, so you want to dash through that beam attack. Oh, did I get a bullet cancel from proficiency level up? I think that's what happened there. Okay, be careful now. Shockwaves. Okay, okay. The game isn't easy just because the eclipse is not active. Lock in, man, lock in. You're on over +20 difficulty balance. Yeah, you still lose half the Lucenite when you die anyway. So I guess it's adding another 45% so that you lose 95% total. Okay, okay. There's no dialogue. Again, this time with feeling. Remember getting hit here stupidly, so I'll try not to do that again. Gotta say, although there's the visions and returning to passage, retrying in this game is fairly quick. I don't find it that frustrating. You can just get right back into it after a death. I guess it could be a little bit faster. Maybe some sort of instant restart option wouldn't be terrible. Heavy rounds onslaught. Yeah, sure. I could have used that handgun well, but I didn't. You know, because of yesterday, I'm still thinking about Frosthaven a lot. It's so good. We have so many options on where to go next after the area we just beat. Questioning if I even care about a different power weapon. I mean, Prominence is better against... I think Prominence just deals more damage faster. Maybe Dispiritor is better against swarms of enemies and deals more damage over time, but... I'll try to up my proficiency. Yeah, and they're always the locked containers. They're fairly common, so as long as I have enough keys, I can get another power weapon. It's no big deal. Off to the... Wait a minute, before I go into the lore room where there are typically artifacts, I'll do this. In terms of the lore, I'm not sure I noticed much of note.
Solitary personnel detected.
Okay. I assume in there, but I'll finish my thought. I watched through the last stream, and I don't think there's anything of note that I didn't notice that I have to comment on. But I am paying attention. You're considered Solitary personnel?
You again. Why are you here?
Look upon what they became. Reborn under the eclipse, bathed in that loving light.
This eclipse corrupts everything it touches.
You're wrong. It made them beautiful. The eclipse is a promise. The eclipse is hope. It is a gateway to yellow.
The Yellow Shore.
Beautiful. So beautiful.
I think I already got the gist of that. I guess that's fine, although I'm still not sure what illuminated hostiles are. Maybe it's the humanoid ones? Specifically the ones that seem to be tied to the eclipse. Not just affected by it, but maybe they're like religious figures or something. Weaker Aether kind of sucks, but... I don't know that that's really worth it. No, the shields are kind of bad. I would like to be able to heal effectively, so I'm leaving that. I don't care that much about the resilience. Seems fine. Again with the weaker Aether. No, I don't think so. The shield's power consumption is never a concern. To me, anyway. I'm gonna assume that the rapid fire on this gun is good if I don't have weak points to shoot, and if I do, then the alt fire is preferable. I think that's right. So that would be an example of the latter, and this is the former. The latter again. I think you have a weak point at the bottom. Yeah. Thought I was gonna land in corrupted projectiles because I didn't find a place to jump to with this. A melee would have one-shot it. That was a little dumb. Locked container. Yeah, just grab this and go. Razor Bolt additional shot and javelin, which is the... I was thinking maybe different alt fires have different icons based on the weapon variant. So this is the Impactor's javelin. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe it's the same concept for an alt fire, but the alt fire itself is functionally different, because it seemed like one version of Javelin would only work if I hit an enemy's weak point and it was stronger, and another would always work but it was weaker. At least that's what it seemed like. Oh, you're an alpha. Haven't seen that. Okay. I see how alpha hostiles are more dangerous, yep. It's the barrier and vertical corruption beams. Yeah, I need to be close. It's kind of messed up. Wait a minute. Do you have blue retaliation bullets? Like whenever I hit you, blue bullets come out? Oh, I did not mean to parry, but I'm glad I did. I see. So, the alphas in this game, they're generally easier than Returnal's malformed enemies. But if you enable that difficulty modifier, then they're just as bad. Okay. Okay. I like that. I'm definitely keeping that on. I was wondering if the modifier would do much, but it definitely does. In fact, it does so much that I'm concerned I'm going to die here. think the real way to speak about Saros is that it can be easier than Returnal, but it can also just be harder. So, you know what? They did a good job. They did a good job with the difficulty options. I can see people doing challenge runs of the game because this is pretty compelling. Damn. Didn't notice you were on the move with that attack. I think I got a trophy for killing a certain number of enemies. I saw that one and I was 90+% of the way there. That's a whatever achievement. It's just gonna happen naturally. It doesn't really matter. Do alphas usually drop? The game explicitly mentioned that they drop power weapons. I'm wondering if that difficulty modifier also added a drop, because that would make sense. To be fair, most of the trial modifiers are just punishment for punishment's sake. So... Quick Chamber. Wait, this isn't a choice, I can take both. So what is Quick Chamber? Hitting a hostile's weak point instantly reloads a round. I didn't think it was called that. Powerful charge shot, which marks hostiles. Right. It's this one again. It should be good. I'll try. Honestly, having to be close to an enemy to damage it is very effective, and man, it makes things so much harder. I just got a power weapon and I still want to keep the key. One shot. Yeah, it's a weak point hit with a fully charged shot. Can't mess up the vault fire. Have I ever been down here before? That's kind of dangerous. I think I've had worse fights in this room, for sure. This should be fine. Yeah, it's not even a full heal. Hey there. I'm getting better at aiming. Certainly. I'll leave the heal. I can still backtrack if I get hit. Nice. That case in point. That bit of corruption when I grab this, because I won't be backtracking. If it doesn't have damage over time, I'm not that crazy about it, although maybe I'm overvaluing that as well. I did decide to stream a couple of hours later, so I'm hoping to see a good friend. Although I kind of misled him about yesterday, but I didn't know my other friends would show up like that. Oh. That was a bad mistake. Wow, the enemies move fast. To the point where I question it. Do they have to just zip around like that? Haha, that was great. Just questioning if I should leave that, but it's so small that I probably prefer Lucenite. Also realize it's when you blow these guys up that they get knocked around. It didn't have to do with a specific weapon I was using when I first commented on that. So that's cool. It's part of the enemy design, specifically. Oh, wow. Didn't think he'd die right there. This gun is great. You just gotta be better at it. I definitely miss the haptics that indicate active reload timing. That's one of those small things where you're like, ah, it was so good, why did you not do it again? Oh no, can I even get up there since I don't have enough power? Oh, but opening a container restores my... Okay. I guess that's a good utility, actually. That effect isn't bad. Do I have all the Lucenite here? Halcyon, I mean. There is no such thing as getting all of the Lucenite. Here's another thought, actually. Maybe these progression systems wouldn't bother me so much if there was a finite amount of all meta-progression resources. And it was as if you were playing Spyro the Dragon or something. So if you want to get maxed out, you gotta visit every unique part of an area to collect everything. Maybe then I'd be more receptive, because it wouldn't feel like you're just farming in an RPG. Although I guess it's still largely the same in some of the ways that I don't care for. Do I backtrack for that? I won't be able to, so give me. It is nice, although I find increasing your maximum life more rewarding. At least you get something for playing well. It's the thought that counts. Okay, do I go up and now? I have an overdrive. Have this power weapon. Prominence, was it? Eh. I'll give it a shot. I think there's a risk I just lose more life if I don't go now. So I guess the death projectiles effect is... I just noticed that animation isn't exactly the same. There was a time when Arjun hesitated and then went through. Maybe I shouldn't be skipping that. Really? Yeah, they leave red projectiles if they're close to you. Oh, the revenge bullets, you fool. I might have gotten hit by one of those. So they make up for low quantity with high damage. That wasn't the best, but it sort of worked. Yeah, I saw the singular corruption projectile there. Oh, man. Was that a bullet, or did I forget about heavy fall? I don't remember what I picked up. I think it was a bullet. Yeah, it was a bullet, probably. This gun is really great and I just need to get good. I also need to wipe out a bunch of enemies with an overdrive to heal. Okay. I don't think this is the run. Just been playing too sloppy so far. Okay, well that needs to go down. Although overdrive can probably punch straight through it. There aren't enough enemies right now. I don't think I'm gonna get much healing, if any. Okay, now maybe? Bunch of fools. That wasn't great. I could have hit more of them. It's interesting, I'm not just using overdrive to kill big things. I have incentive to kill many things with it. And that's good. Oh, no. Oh, where did that come from? Okay. Nah, I'm gonna have to do way better than that. This is a tricky one. Okay, maybe this time I'm going to do both of the branches before I do the strand. I think there's a higher chance of me finding some form of healing, maybe. Anything new? No. I don't expect to see anything new in Passage until I beat Architect. Speaking of Architect, I think part of my problem with Architect is I was aiming for its head so much that I was barely hitting it at all. It still seems to be a really beefy boss, but I don't think to an unbalanced degree. I think I'm just playing poorly. It's a tough target to hit, so I think that's part of the challenge, and I'm failing at it. How do... oh, obviously. Wait, I've been here before. I just forgot. Can I get close? I don't think there was anything else on the way here. Immediate Eclipse. Want to grab some potentially good corrupted artifacts right at the start. I guess there's one thing about the lore. I was wondering if priestesses of the King in Yellow were just a thing in general, and maybe some of the common enemies count as priestesses, but I'll take the stat upgrade. But in the lore, they specifically mention the priestess. So it's probably an important character. Hopefully a boss. Oh, I hope it's a boss. I guess it sort of counters melee attacks. Or at least a melee enemy can't just wail on me and live. Aether generates power. I do need power generation because of trial modifiers. So far I'm not crazy about what I found, but oh well. I think that's fine because the downside is basically nothing. It seems like the kind of downside that would matter if Lucenite was money during a run. Just drive? Really? Nothing else? It's not even a lot of drive. Maybe it's fine. Wait, did a shield actually protect me there? It seemed like it. While I was charging up a shot to kill that enemy, I glanced at the minimap to make sure that nothing was gonna mess me up. Oh. Wait a minute. Does the one-hit protection... I'm also noticing the animation on Arjun. It's pretty good. I noticed how his legs, I forget what the term for it is, but when I was standing like on a slight bit of elevated ground where there was a container, he placed one of his legs realistically on the elevated portion. Returnal did the same thing, but maybe they improved it here. Yeah, I think the one-hit protection didn't prevent any of the corruption, so there's definitely healing in here, and I don't want to waste it, so I'll do that. Yeah. Razor Bolt. Okay. I could play with this weapon more. I don't think I'm that good at using it. And yeah, I just left that gun there. What am I thinking? That's you guys. Yeah, I think now's the time for me to find out. This is a repeater crossbow. Payload. Yeah, payload and the other altfire are not the same thing. It's because of the homing projectiles that I thought they were the same thing. Well, now I know. This is the auto hit crossbow. I forgot to comment, but it's cool that the turrets have a spotlight. That might be that they're so that their cameras can more clearly detect whatever they're targeting. It makes sense. It's a nice touch. Rising pitch. Super load spectral route. I think I'm fine with this. This is good. Wait, I think there was something around that column. Clearly wasn't. Here's a question. No, even the power weapon can't break the shields. Okay. Makes sense. I was just curious. There could be a power weapon that does that, or at least... yeah. A keyword on a power weapon that also does that, but has another upside. That would be like Returnal. There was an alt fire that said that it was just a precise high power shot, but it also broke shields. Oh, it's through here. Leave the heal. No, thanks. Wonder if this alt fire is actually weaker than the regular fire. If I'm shooting at a single easy target. Might be. Nothing. Noble Ants. I don't think I particularly want Noble Ants. It is good against, I presume, alpha hostiles and bosses. This should be good now. Yeah, pretty much. Salvage the heal. Backtracking would be annoying, but possible. So yeah. And I also don't want to clear the corruption. Because then I wouldn't be able to salvage it. It would just waste most of the healing. That's probably not as good as salvaging it. Bombardier shot load. Pellet grenade, okay, yeah. With pellet grenade, absolutely. It's so good. Ha. Yeah, you stay down there and do your light show. See how well it goes for you. Even the pellet grenade does a lot of stagger damage, so it's even good for that. It's definitely my favorite alt fire. Wow. I thought I was gonna immediately stagger him, but I just killed him instead. I do like Arjun's onboard computer because it's a diegetic way of having an announcer for certain things. Mostly alpha hostiles, but that's still nice. This is a great shotgun. I'm keeping this thing. Right. That color means... Yeah, all of the power generation artifacts are absolutely worth it. They all give you a lot without putting you in danger. And I'm not sure I would care for them as much if gaining power from the shield wasn't so inefficient because of my modifiers. But I'm happy with my choices. Right. One more. Because I don't think any of my artifacts are that great. Yeah, no. I'm not even sure what I'm looking for. A healing effect, maybe? Restores full power. Don't I? Hold on. I could have sworn I already had that. I don't think I need it. It's also not bad, or my attributes. Wow, I have a lot of drive for some reason. Maybe the pickups. I'll use rerolls. Oh, that's a good way to clutch up. Yeah. Dash cooldown's kinda bad, but one instance of it is fine. Oh. That didn't damage me? Could they have changed something about lasers? Because that didn't even do any corruption. Maybe they're being a little lenient. Bonus loose snipe from kills. I have so much drive. Corruption generates power. I mean, in a pinch, that would be good. In the Nightmare Strand. Okay, okay. I'll use my redraw elsewhere. I find myself wanting shotguns to have a uniform, non-random spread. I know it's not realistic, but it's good for high-level play. And at low levels, you're gonna miss anyway, so I don't think it's really gonna... I think there would be an argument for the game feel of a shotgun, that it doesn't feel good if the scatter isn't random. I disagree. You can still land full meat shots, it's just you're not rolling dice if the target is at medium range. I think Bloom was another name for the random scatter on a shotgun. Auto bolts, what is that? Killing a hostile with a melee strike triggers a temporary full auto fire and accelerated charge rate. I like the incentive for using melee. I wouldn't have expected this gun to do that. I'll try it out. That's kind of cool. Yeah, touching a laser briefly doesn't damage you right away. I'm okay with that. The instances in which you would take damage are kind of silly anyway, so it's alright. I'll stick with this because I want to try it. A container versus a little bit of healing. I'll take the container. Kills restore integrity. Well, that's nuts. I mean, yeah. Yeah, that's incredible. Okay, so if I melee you, then what? I see. It's a pretty brief effect. That can definitely help. So for example... Ah. I think I messed it up. Just blocked my power shot with that. Damn. I think I noticed the healing. Fatal Drain is gonna be great. I didn't pay enough attention. Watching out for an enemy. They seem to be... They seem to be actively trying to ambush you at singular enemies while you're looking at items and you're distracted by making a choice about the items. I like this crossbow just fine. Although, maybe it's not the one I prefer, because it's an impactor, it's not the other one. So I guess I'll switch back to my favorite, alt fire. Oh, it was just an environmental effect. I thought an enemy spawned in there or something. Bonus damage at full power. Could I have had this when I used overdrive, and that's why I thought overdrive scaled with your power? I mean, I think it's good. Where is the... It's up there. The path is up there. There's probably a heal in there. Ah, what the heck. It'll be fine. Ah.
The infighting has cost me dearly. No lab, no primary, and confined to this squalid cave. The timestamp data on the E2 black box gives me a new hypothesis. I can't focus with all these people so close. And the whispers. The others were right about the whispers.
Payload. Repeater. Wish it had damage over time. Getting 2 heals is not great. In this case. What is reflected charge? Absorbing projectiles with the shield grants an additional bolt to the next shot. It's fine. Pellet grenade. Could use a power weapon. But maybe not now. Although if I'm approaching the end of this bridge... You might not want to get up in my face like that when I have a shotgun. Okay, what the heck? Dispiritor, restoring cell. Latent morbidity, what is that? Projectiles continue dealing damage over time for longer. Seems good. I think the name of that effect is way cooler than what it actually does. Wow. Every time I use pellet grenade, I'm impressed. That's not bad at all, but pellet grenade. Enough said. Oh, there's something above here. That's cool. No thanks. Oh, that is very much worth it. So you wouldn't be able to get a max life upgrade if the Eclipse wasn't active and you didn't have the Eclipse Strand upgrade. Or permanent equipment, that is. Can I preview my choice at all, or what's going on here? Okay, I think there's a container there. I think I'll go for the container. I wonder if I can double back. No, I can't. Maybe if you try every path you can learn this room. I assume it's always the same. If it's not, then the choice hardly matters. Oh, that's it. Okay, then. Okay, it's time. This is going to be easier than the last attempt, and hopefully I succeed. Only thinking, what would it take for me to get back to the Citadel if I... What was the next area after this? It was... Maybe I can do a full run to... I guess it's not the Citadel, it's the fortress. In any case. Taking damage generates power. What else could I... I think everything I want I've already found. Well, everything being Fatal Drain. I guess I'm not as crazy about the rest, although some of those are good. What could I find that might be worse? Misfire, Pressured, Reckless, Dash Drain, Frail. Frail was Reduced Integrity. I'll just take this. It's fine. I think I would want to get rid of artifacts at this point anyway, so I don't want to use the Acolyte's Wager or anything else. And now, I look above. A side path? Wait a minute. I don't understand where that is or how I... No, it's through there, but how would I even get up there? I'm going up here anyway, I'm just curious about that. It's all the way over there. I'm not sure. Nah, it wouldn't be. Wait. I think I'm thinking way too far outside the box, but no, I don't think there's momentum, and that piston isn't moving fast enough anyway. It could be something I don't have yet. There's still a permanent equipment I don't have. Might as well check this out first. Hitting hostiles slows them down. That's a new one. That seems good. So much drive. I don't really care about this. It does benefit me, but it's minor. I'll remove it. And I'll take this instead. Weaker Aether kind of sucks, but... I did get a better power weapon. It's a really good power weapon. Alright, onward. Oh, and the Aether pickups will also restore my power. Okay. Here goes. Let's get serious. Doesn't get much better than this. Very stupid. I can definitely recover way better now, but it would be ideal to not get hit in the first place. You. Be mindful of the revenge bullets, I nearly forgot. Don't I also have lifesteal at low integrity, or was that last attempt? Yeah, I do have emergency drain. That's what it was called. Did the cells back here drop anything? No. Oh wait, yes they did. It's kind of mean how you don't see the pickups on the map always, but I guess that's fine. You can't overly rely on the map. This. Wonder what the last wave is gonna be. Oh wait, is this the last room? Looks like it. I don't know if that was the Harbingers or the Revenge Bullets, but I made it. I didn't get no second chance, don't be ridiculous. Oh, the second chance icon doesn't even show up anymore. Huh. Well, that's good. It was sort of misleading, maybe. Good stuff. So now I fight the boss, which I think should be fine. Okay. Could have done better. Harbingers, those teleporting guys, I think that's what they're called. I saw the pop-up. They're a problem. Those homing projectiles can really catch you off guard. I need to be aware of all of their positions at all times. So if I'm thinking about this correctly, Oh... Really? Nightmare Strand puts you up here. I was wondering how the heck... Okay. It's kinda cool. I don't want a power weapon though, this one's fine. It's more than fine, really. I will not underestimate this boss, because I nearly died to Prophet, and this could be much the same. I can parry it, I guess. Yeah, there was something in the patch notes about bullets behaving in a more consistent and understandable manner when they're moving across surfaces. I did notice them being a little inconsistent myself, so it's good that they did something about that. One of the turrets appeared on top of the jump pad. That's kind of cool. I feel like they could have done a little bit more with this boss as well, with the jump pads and the ads. Maybe some more platforming or something. It's not terrible, it's just... I thought it was kind of an easy boss, honestly. Those projectiles are still a huge problem. I was thinking about parrying one of these guys if they had red projectiles, but they didn't. Or maybe this guy. It was pointless, but it was cool. Okay, now these ads do create cells when they die. Good to know. I guess it's less that some of the bosses are underdeveloped and more that I want to see what a hard mode version of them would look like. Damn. I forgot about that variation. Okay, you can absolutely avoid that with movement, it's just hard. You gotta move at a specific angle, actually. That line of dialogue was definitely meant to happen sooner. Actually, it still works. What am I talking about? No, it's fine. He would be reminded of Jay after fighting that boss again. Sometimes I'm wrong. Excellent. Okay, if I can keep this up, keep this momentum going, this run could do it. Right, I just cleared an area. What did I lose? It could be a big deal. Okay, nothing important. Melee damage at full power. Shield power consumption. Heavy fall. I didn't even think about that. Beating a boss ends the eclipse and cleanses all of your artifacts of corruption. That's insane! But then why are these corrupted? Huh. I mean, I'm not complaining. I guess the melee damage is better. I'll hold on to a key. Huh. I guess I've never been here with this. Oh, I can get some more lore and stuff. Okay. This is going great so far. But how long did that take exactly? Over an hour. Okay. No problem there. Yeah, I noticed that all of the corruption icons weren't there. I think I nearly took fall damage. How does one get up there? I'm noticing a side path flag, but... I hope something over here loops back to there, because I don't see any other way to reach that audio log, actually. No, I don't think so. Well, there must be something in ancient depths that eventually leads there. It's probably that one side path I couldn't reach. So would that side path be a way of skipping the boss? Maybe. If what I'm saying is true, that is how it would work out. I feel like someone or something's gonna show up in here at some point. I'm not leaving. Still can't break yellow barriers. Yellow barriers are definitely the last. The last permanent equipment, I think. So I just missed some sort of secret at ancient depths. That's... I don't remember that. They are reacting. Cool. I thought they would scatter. Okay, so I think when I beat this area, I can take the bridge straight into the fortress and then fight the architect. And I'll be plenty prepared that way. I'm still garbage at fighting Rhabdom because of that jumping attack. I assume I'll have to fight him again. I bet those dinky little homing projectiles will really mess me up if I let them. Spectral extra absorb super low. What is absorb? Uh-huh. Right, I've seen that before, I just forgot what it was called. It's so cool that these perks are just as good as they are, and the gun just needs to be the right proficiency level to have them and have more of them, and I don't have to spend any time unlocking them. That's actually something they did better than Returnal. Because unlocking rank 3 of a perk there was just kind of horrible. I think something was shooting at me. Weak point feeder, favorite target, explosive rounds, headhunter, charge burst, eruptor hand cannon. That's good. That's good. It's good enough that, yeah. At this point, proficiency is going to go up very slowly. But still, I'm not backtracking just for a large healing pickup. I don't even know if I can backtrack this far once I need it. That's so good. If I get an Acolyte's Wager, I'm absolutely coming back here. Casually parrying something just because you feel like it. It's just so much fun. Okay, so far I could backtrack. The moment I get an Acolyte's Wager, I'm doing it. This handgun. This handgun doesn't mess around. Hell, just firing it normally without the charge burst was good enough because of favored target. Way forward. Is there just... yeah, there's nothing here. No ambush here, but I'll know next time to just run forward. It was so silly when I got my ass handed to me by that one enemy. Okay, I can still go back. Heavy rounds, onslaught rifle, piercing, cover fire, power generator. I heard the power generator got nerfed. Weapon damage generates extra power. Apparently that was insane. I can see it. I can see that being pretty insane. You just spam your power weapon if it gives you too much. I like both of these guns. Oh my god, favorite target and headhunter. I just realized how nuts that is if I unload. If I unload a charge burst into an enemy's weak point, and if I stagger an enemy so that it exposes its weak point and stands still beforehand, it's just dead. And I also get I'm sticking with this thing. That's a really good set of effects. Oh, so it was an eclipse. Okay. If I could get an Acolyte's Wager here, this is my last opportunity. Damn. Oh well. Still very good. So I forfeit that one artifact from earlier. Yeah, it seems like the stagger damage on the regular fire is good. So what if I stagger you? You take a while to stagger, actually. At that point, you're almost dead anyway. Okay, I feel very powerful. Huh? Oh, it must be another one of those rooms with a choice. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Can I preview? Red container. I think that's just a healing pickup, yeah. Wow, the lighting system is relevant here. Because if there wasn't green light, green and red light, I guess it would be harder to see. I don't think I need the healing, so yeah. You still have enough time to react even if you drop down, it wouldn't be a problem. Noble hands. Is all of this healing redundant, or is it actually just enough to keep me alive? I think it's just enough to keep me alive. I won't assume that I don't need healing. I'm not that good yet. Yet. How presumptuous. How conceited. I didn't even notice this was up here. Just barely too late. I don't think I want a power weapon. I'm just better off. Better off opening more of those side rooms to get more max life and max power, maybe. I guess I took a bit of a shortcut there. You know, if getting hit builds up corruption, even if a shield blocks the damage of the hit, I think that's even more of an argument for why they shouldn't have limited shield effects to a limited amount of time. That's not worth it, I don't think. Because if you still take some form of damage when a shield blocks a hit, then it just protects your adrenaline, which is still good, but I don't think it would be unbalanced even if the shields had infinite duration. And at that point, maybe adrenaline could still give you a shield, and you could only have one other shield from a different effect. Or maybe it should be limited to one shield total. I don't know. I'm still thinking about that. Weaker Aether. So I guess knowing that artifacts get cleared of corruption once you beat an area, taking the risk is more worth it because it's not gonna hurt you for the rest of the run. It's just until you cross that threshold. So you could take a really bad corruption effect, knowing that it's going to go away before it hurts you too much. Maybe I could ditch some drive for that. That might be good. That's just drive. That's amazing. That's good. That's amazing. That's good. That's fine. That's good. Yeah, I think the weak link is this. Big numbers. Big numbers that I'm earning during a run and I'll lose most of. If I still feel like streaming this regularly, I'm starting another save file and I'm not getting a single suit matrix upgrade, just to make things even harder. But I think I still have a lot of game left, so I won't think about that too much now. I'll get a shield. I can at least check if it's better. I have a lot of keys. What is power cells? Cells probably give you power, but how specifically does it work? Damage over time dealt to hostiles generates power. That's nice. But restoring cell, and I'm a coward, so give restoring cell. I don't know, I feel like the Architect still has a good chance of killing me even now. I am scared. I am genuinely scared of that thing. I shouldn't bother with. I was gonna say the alt fire, because those guys are small targets, so it might not work as well. I do think the chance to miss when you're relying on auto hit was affecting me there. Which is good. You have to aim. The game gives you a hand if you suck at aiming, but sucking at aiming doesn't really reward you. Whereas aiming does. That's the way I'm looking at it right now, anyway. Oh, let's see you. I am enthralled right now. This is still really enjoyable. I think on the basis of gameplay alone, if you're really a gamer, assuming the fact that this is a PS5 exclusive doesn't get in your way, you should be interested in this game. After taking damage, dealing damage to hostiles briefly restores integrity. Oh, it's the Bloodborne thing, I guess. I'm okay with that when it's not a core mechanic. I suppose it makes sense on a shotgun, because you could... Let's say you get hit by a melee attack, and then you just do a few meat shots right after. You could heal a bunch. But this thing is good. It's a very good handgun. What are you doing there? That's a weird place to put that. Could make sense in universe if the turrets are designed to attach to any surface. And for the purpose of defenses, the aliens can just put them anywhere. I think one problem with the no shield achievement is it's in my muscle memory and I'm just gonna do it by accident. Could I unbind the melee / shield button? I think that's what I'd have to do. At some point I'll just beat the first biome. It's fine. The funny thing about achievements like that is if they don't account for you being so powerful that beating an area is trivial regardless of the restriction, then most people who get that achievement won't really do anything impressive. But I can feel good about doing it at high difficulty with very few matrix upgrades. Oh, this guy. Not too keen on him. Hey. No, I have to be close if he does melee. That's really dangerous. Okay, now I can recover. I felt the need to be aggressive there. Although it wasn't too great. Yeah, the long-term sustain of healing on kill is ridiculously good. Another instance of power generator, but what is it here? It's just a different icon for the same thing because it's a different weapon, I guess? I'll take prominence. If I find a higher level Dispiritor with healing cell, I'll switch back. But I should be fine. I'd have to play pretty poorly for this not to be fine, because it's not much healing and it's not guaranteed to drop anyway. So just an instant shot that does a lot of damage immediately is probably better. Don't really want that. Pellet wall. Payback, reflected, staggered, dash, load. That's good. I guess this would be good with the healing effect. I'm just not crazy about pellet wall. Maybe there's something I'm missing. Maybe it is good, but I'm almost certain that pellet grenade is just straight up better. Well, I can't really do anything about that anyway. Yeah, I don't have any Acolyte's wagers. Here's the thing. I just want to see if... I feel like that would have worked if I could. Okay, I don't think you can parry lasers. As cool as it would be. It's a different type of attack. I think there should be meaningful differences between the different types of attacks, so I think that's good. want to do another Nightmare Strand? That's a good question. Have overdrive. Onslaught rifle with heavy rounds. I'm considering that. I should be able to heal up so I don't need the Aether. Okay. I'll switch. This should still be very good. Oh, it has a lot of extra ammo. Because of one of its stats, right? Clip size, yeah. Ah. I think this is one I've seen before, but she's here now.
Behold our glorious king.
What do you want with him?
I shall be his next priestess. One deserving and true.
What happened to the last one?
They all displeased him. Some could not blaze bright enough. Others shone too much. Soon I will join the Sisters in Yellow. Together in harmony, awaiting our turn.
You're deluded.
I am chosen.
Now that seems like foreshadowing for some kind of battle. Maybe it'll just be a bunch of really strong enemies, maybe it'll be a boss fight, I'm not sure. Yeah, that would be decent, maybe. If I still had healing cell, maybe it would be better. I need Acolyte's wagers. I really do. They're quite valuable. I don't think I've played another roguelike in which the ability to destroy the items you're carrying is a rare commodity. I guess it kind of depends. Sometimes there was that one time where I found a ton of increase all incoming damage to integrity. That could be a disaster. But I have overdrive. I think rich get richer. I should do this. Yeah, I should do this. Okay. Focus up. Yeah, Arshan does enter in a different way. They did not have to do that. At least the visions are more significant to the plot, but that is just excessive. But I do respect it for that reason. This layout. I feel myself still getting better at aiming with a controller. Ha! I think grappling over to an enemy in melee, killing it like that would feel even better if I had to aim the grapple as well. I think those enemies very deliberately bob up and down as they do their thing, so that their weak point is not so easy to hit. I think this is where problems could arise. Haha! That was amazing. Yeah, getting better at the game and learning more about what's good and, you know, general strategy of items and gameplay is so much more satisfying than just making some numbers go up and winning because you don't have to try. I don't know if it's that severe, but given how many upgrades I've ignored and I still feel like the game is fine, it does seem excessive to me. Yeah, this alt fire with these effects feels like a smart bomb. Can very much use it as an oh shit button. With a lot of power generation, that can actually be ridiculous because I would just clear away bullets constantly. Maybe that's a bit much. Acolyte's Wager. Yeah, that was totally worth it. Yeah, rich get richer for sure, because that was barely even a problem. Alright. Rhabdom rematch, I think. I have 3 keys, so sure. Nova Land, so that might mess them up. Bouncing, concentrated, static load, lightning. Should look at these. Increase damage but no longer travel through hostiles. That's good for Rhabdom. Hitting a hostile will trigger an electrical surge which arcs to nearby hostiles. That's cool. Kind of irrelevant, but cool. I think I should just spray and pray. There are only blue bullets here. I should probably be shielding. I'm also at full power, so I don't really care. Right, yeah, yellow barrier. Can't do anything about that. Here's the thought, that they get rid of the haptic feedback on during the moment where you should hit the active reload, because they want you to pay more attention to that instead of just feeling it and reflexively doing it. Maybe it's deliberate. Oh, a Dispiritor with Restoring Cell. But I could grab it after the fight. So I'll try to kill Rhabdom with this. It's a rematch, right? Yeah. Just barely missed.
Solitari personnel detected.
I'll get to that later, because I'm kind of trying to live here. I like that the melee combo is accompanied with those waves. That's fun. Yeah, that's strong. That takes aim, but it's pretty strong. Yes, please. Maybe I can learn when the head is most still so I can consistently land those. Oh no. Now we're into phase 2, I think. Increased dash cooldown will make that attack very hard to avoid. I think that was maybe part of my problem. Yeah, that's definitely how you're supposed to deal with it. Okay. What the hell? For flare, I'll do this.
Nothing will make me turn back.
I like these voice lines for when you beat a boss, or mini-boss in this case. Makes it even more satisfying. Oh, I took way more damage than I thought. Ugh. Yeah, give me that. I'm gonna need it. Okay. I guess I can see the, Right, I forgot about you. You have nothing to say? Okay. I'm afraid this gate is gonna close and it's a one-way. I don't need to do the marsh again. I'll see it as like an optional area. I do want to see if Legion has more tricks. Based on the previous bosses, I'm gonna assume not, but I'm not sure. Okay, now for some of the real shit. In hindsight, using weapons that demand good aim against the hardest to hit boss went as you would expect. I'm referencing the architect. I do want to get all the honorarium sigils. I think it's a good idea. Those. Ah, and again my corruption effects are gone. Cool, cool. And again I lost a random artifact, so... Still have that. Still have that. Those are the important ones, maybe. I think... I can't remember what exactly I lost, but it was minor. Maybe it was just stats. I wonder if after you beat the game they remove all restrictions on what you can do with the Carcosan modifiers, so you can activate all of the negative ones or all of the positive ones. It'd be nice to have some fun, maybe. That's the same gun, but better. Okay. It seems to me like they do distribute the stats. Maybe randomly? Because clip size is the same, but the other two are different. Still not sure exactly how the scaling works. It was much simpler in Returnal, so I understood exactly how it worked there. I see you there. Could have gone for the parry there, but it's fine. Oh, you can dash into a parry. Why didn't I think of that sooner? This game is just too much fun. Vertical spread. Vertical spread is good. I want to switch things up. I can stagger a lot with that. Searing rounds, dash load, steel shot, payback, juggernaut. Payback requires me to get hit. What is juggernaut? After dealing damage, briefly increases damage dealt and reduces damage received. Huh. I guess there's a whole package for getting hit and then retaliating really hard, and this makes it not cost you as much to do that, maybe? When hit by a hostile projectile, cells clear nearby projectiles. Does that remove the cell? I didn't look at that earlier. Cool. I'll use the shotgun. Also, I guess proficiency level 40, or well, a gun being level 40 is the threshold for it having all 5 of its perks. I assume beyond that point you're just getting more stats on the gun. Nah. Still happy with my power weapon. Maybe near the end I could use keys for better power weapons. It'll take me a while to increase my proficiency further. Yeah, I remember that. But there's an optional path over here. I gotta say, it really does feel like they took Returnal and they moved where the difficulty is and made a lot of it optional, but they didn't delete any of the difficulty that they would have put in a follow-up to Returnal, which this obviously is, just because they got feedback that Returnal was too hard for a lot of people. I think a lesser developer... I'm wondering if I should be a dick right now, because it would be funny. I'm not pointing any fingers, okay. A lesser developer would just remove a lot of difficult aspects from the next game, which to me is a net negative, because an easier game is not necessarily a more compelling game. And if you're not adding something else that makes up for the lack of difficulty in an action-oriented game like this, that would be terrible. I would be very disappointed. But that's not what they did. So I'm content. You need to have the motive to make the game hard. There is that. So if you don't care, you can just make the game easy, but I don't blame the developers for that. I blame cowardly players for that. Maybe I am being kind of conceited with the way I'm framing this, but oh well. I don't know if I want to re-roll this and destroy another artifact or what. Well, I could pick it up actually. I do have an empty slot, so I don't need to destroy anything. And I think since I have lifesteal at low integrity, the downside of this doesn't matter. Okay, I just talked myself into it. It's good. It's fine. Wait for the cycle. You know, thinking about pushing the gameplay to its limits, I would appreciate some kind of optional endgame area that focuses on platforming almost exclusively. 3D bullet hell platforming. It would be fun. I can see that. There's so much they could do. Honestly, I don't mind if Housemarque can stay alive in the industry. If they can keep iterating on third-person bullet hell, I would love to see that. There's so much design space to explore. Just with different bullet patterns, if nothing else. Blending 3D bullet hell with gimmicks like platforming. Actually, is platforming a gimmick? People use the word gimmick a lot. I think it's kind of lost its meaning. I think gimmicks are good. When they're done right, they are better, because if you just keep it to basic gameplay, then it does get stale after a while. Even if it's some of the best gameplay ever. We could have some of the best gameplay ever and the occasional gimmicky set piece that's uniquely memorable. I think I brought this up before in my videos, but it bears repeating. I don't really see 3D platforming as a gimmick in this game. I see it as just a more downplayed component of the core gameplay, because obviously you can jump and move around in 3D space and walk on platforms and surfaces. That's an inherent part of the core gameplay. And all of the level design is built with it, at least partially in mind. What I'm saying is I'm not the kind of person who thinks that Devil May Cry should be nothing but empty featureless arenas and linear corridors connecting them. I would also like platforming as well. Because if the alternative is empty space with nothing of interest going on in it, it's like, yeah, put some platforming in, that'll be better. Anyway, that's all I have to say about that. Which one was this? Total corruption. Do I? Stronger Aether. Oh, wow. I'll take dash cooldown for that. What do I get rid of? Well, that's good. I think that's worth the trade-off. I think this is the weak link. I have so much drive, so... Is drive just the stat you get most of from stat pickups? Maybe. So now, I should be able to last in here, but I still... It's still a bit of a risk, so I gotta be careful. 2 hours elapsed in the stream so far. Okay. This could still be pretty bad. I'll definitely get overdrive partway through this, and then... Yeah, you can walk down the middle of that pattern, but it's perhaps too risky. Wow, that's really bad. Like, disastrously bad. Like, now I need to focus up. Again, I just want to be able to break these. Well, they didn't drop anything. Okay, okay. Maybe an overdrive for good healing would be wise. Good immediate healing, because otherwise I have to endure for a while. Okay. Yeah, that was good. That was very good. Maybe I wasted a bit of the healing, but it's alright, it's alright. Haha. It's so satisfying. And I didn't have to do that. I could have absorbed more, I could have used my power weapon more. It's well balanced, I like the parry. I'll keep saying it because... Wow, that's fun. For instance, as much as I liked Expedition 33, the parry is broken, okay? The parry is insane. It's on par with Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. Parrying is just the dominant force. You can't really argue with it either. What are you gonna do, not parry? And just be strictly worse off because you're not parrying? No, don't be ridiculous. Sometimes it might not be strictly, but yeah. In hindsight, Expedition 33 is a game you play for the story. I think the gameplay needs a lot of work, but hopefully Sandfall can iterate on that. Anyway, I digress. guess the point I was making there is that maybe Sekiro is not the best of influences in regards to that one design decision. You gotta go. I saw you back here. I got a bit overwhelmed that I didn't pay attention there. No. Damn it. Yeah, those enemies are still a huge problem. Oh, that was close. That was way too close. The shotgun feels amazing, though. Get rid of the corruption. I'll get my power back really fast. That is a massive heal. Bonus Hallucinite from kills. Maybe that's good. What do I ditch for that? This was really good because of all the Aether I generated mid-fight. Power from corruption. Maybe that's redundant. Maybe I'm getting enough power. Or maybe this is the one effect from power that I don't care about quite so much. Yeah, this is the weak link. I haven't noticed the recoil messing me up much, if at all. Are any of these weapons worth my consideration? I also got to think about the enemies in the area. I just noticed the arrows pointing right on the stats, on the right side of the meter. Is that an indication of how the stats are being distributed? Proportionally, so a weight of 2 on damage accumulation and then a weight of 1 on clip size and auto target? Maybe. It doesn't seem to be exact because it is affected by your stats, I presume. Okay, I think I understand how that works now. I have a lot of drive, so it makes sense here as well. Okay. Got it. Maybe the tactical rifle to mix things up. Seeking Aftershot is the only thing I don't understand. Fires additional projectiles on trigger release. You mean... Oh, but a singular shot doesn't work. It seems I need to fire a volley of 3 to get the seeking projectiles. Or let me see something. Oh, they build up under my crosshair the longer I fire. That's pretty cool, actually. I kind of like that. Okay. Hopefully I can go all the way. The lack of a revive is maybe a little bad, but I'm questioning if there's some secret way to break these. I think in Returnal, if you used a specific alt fire under certain conditions, you could destroy the more powerful energy barriers. You know what? For the sake of science, it even bounced off. Okay, fair enough. Just wanted to make sure. I'll recover it in time, it's fine. Improved integrity repair. I have heal on kill. And it's just heavy fall. It's not a problem at all. Wow, that also rhymed. I catch myself being very poetic. For no reason. That's fine. I could gain 3 command, lose only 3 resilience. Maybe that's fine. Oh yeah, at some point I'm gonna have to read the databank. Maybe near the end of the game. Then I can just reflect on all of the enemies and how much I like them. I think that's worth it. I've always thought to myself that in The Binding of Isaac, Tainted Isaac is probably just a better designed and more interesting character. Because you have to deal with inventory space being limited. And you actually have to think. Oh, it's one of you. Fun. Here comes the disco ball. I messed it up, but it wasn't that fatal. This is getting out of hand. Accidentally got some corruption on me. Oh. Gotta parry that, or else it's gonna be a huge problem. Yeah, melee doesn't do much by default. That was so much fun. Saturation fire. Trickster. We're Swordmaster and Royal Guard. And Gunslinger. I can't help it, my mind always goes there. Bottom heavy. There's nothing new here, so I'll grab this just to see what these are. Yep. Uh-huh. When the clip is half empty, deals increased damage. So you want to deplete it. Okay. That's probably just good. Even if you're not consciously thinking about it. But it could be anti-synergistic with any effects that restore ammo. So, it's maybe interesting enough. Projectiles deal increasing damage with each pierce, bounce, or weak point hit. Wow, that is very synergistic. That's fun. And it can be used many different ways. Huh. The tactical rifle is good. I feel like all of the weapons are good. Returnal had the same thing. You just need the right combination of effects on a weapon, and it's good. Hello, friend. Oh, there's another enemy. What is it? Oh no! This is why you look at the mini-map. That would have been awful if that guy blindsided me. Yeah, I missed it that time. Sometimes weaving through the bullets is bad. Yeah! Okay, on full runs, maybe increasing the damage enemies deal could make sense, because right now I feel way too powerful in a lot of ways. But the game feels great. Funny. Who needs the soup matrix? I don't. I could get so much out of playing this game. It's amazing. I don't usually care about price of games. I think it's just circumstantial based on how much the development cost and how much they can get away with charging, obviously, but like, I do wish games like these, maybe with less production values, like, you don't need all of the visual polish in the world for this core gameplay to be compelling. In an ideal world, I would want this game to not be so goddamn expensive, but much like Returnal, it is good, it is really well put together, and you could play it for a very long time. I think you could get your money's worth at the same time. But obviously, if all you care about is playtime, generic enjoyment of a roguelike without any specifics of the gameplay, then yeah, this compares unfavorably to indie games, I suppose. Just drive? Nah, that's not worth it. I don't think I even have the means to... Where was the... Ah. Let me see. Maybe I don't need restoring cell. Chain demolition. Okay, what is going on here? Small explosives, yeah. The vortex, yeah. Vacuum bomb is very good. It did some great work in that one Nightmare Strand. Hostiles in the blast radius briefly take additional damage over time. Huh. I feel like most weapons have a damage over time effect. Or maybe half of them. Quite a few, in any case. Ancillary strike. After killing a hostile with a melee strike, the next shot fires 2 additional smaller projectiles. Okay, that's fun. Combos. Chain demolition. Additional projectiles are released from hostiles killed by the blast. Ooh. But that can't chain into itself because the projectiles are not a blast. And they won't create even more projectiles. But that's still good. That's still cool. Nice. I think I have heavy fall. I need to be careful. I can hammer the trigger. I like the salt fire as well. Maybe it'll be a bit distracting, or at least harder to use in the heat of battle. I'm weirded out by this, because it's rank 4 and yet it only gives +5 resilience. What would a rank 1 integrity crest give me? +3? So I guess it just doesn't scale up that much. Maybe that's how that works. I don't have Acolyte's Wagers, so I can't do anything with that even if I wanted to. There's a lot of stuff up here. Although it's minor stuff. Reinforce 4. I wish I could, actually. If I can backtrack, I will. Yeah, this is an area... I didn't return to where I was. I thought I just dropped to the ground, but no, there's a lot of stuff going on here. Wait, this is another spot I didn't go to. This particular room is packed full of things. This is where I came from. Damn. I saw an opportunity to go for an achievement, but I'm failing. I'm failing in a lot of ways. This is bad. Overdrive breaks red barriers, at least. I think the achievement I'm thinking of is to fill up 3 bars of power, presumably with this particular power weapon, or any other one that could have up to 3 bars, and to then kill an enemy with the power weapon. I'll try to do that. It might be really hard because of my modifiers, but I'll still go for it. There, I got hit by the red projectile in that pattern. It would have been a good pattern to do it on, otherwise. Well, I kind of need that now. An Acolyte's Wager, okay. What is broadside? Otherwise I get it. Clip size is reduced. Perfect reload makes the next shot a burst that empties the full clip. That's incredible. Look at the wall. Oh, those decals are cool. Do they fade? I assume there's a max number of those, but I guess that just reflects how powerful this thing is. That is so awesome. Okay, hell with it. I'll use this shotgun. That's way too much fun. And now I'll try to get that one artifact. I definitely can't use the shotgun against the Architect, there is that. I think shotguns would be really bad against that boss. Not the way forward, the way back. Okay. That's just the bombs. Can those bombs kill an enemy? Maybe that's a way of doing that achievement. So I'd have to lure an enemy into a room that has the explosives, maybe? Not you. Something much cooler and more handsome than you. It wasn't in here, it was... This is a bit confusing. It's down here, right? Yeah. Now to think. That is good. Maybe I don't need Fatal Bounty. I can reduce the recoil. Okay. I don't care for drive. Drive is high anyway. And I don't care for increased Lucenite at this point, really. So I'll do that trade-off. And I'm getting close to 300 integrity. Pretty close. I think I would basically be there if I had an increased integrity node. I have seen bits and pieces of people with massive life bars, and I find it so funny. It's just excessive. So it almost seems to me like they tuned the game without the upgrades in mind, and then it gave you the upgrades as well, which, considering getting the upgrades is optional, I'm gonna go ahead and say they made the right choice. If you're gonna do meta progression, I don't think it gets much better than this. It's not like Rogue Legacy where ignoring or not getting enough meta upgrades to your stats just ruins the game's balance and it no longer makes any sense. It's not like that. No thanks. If I had slots maybe, but I don't. That's the other thing, this number of slots feels fine. I can get enough useful effects, enough stats from 10 slots. 20 slots? Maybe that's way too much. I think you had 15 slots in Returnal. For what it's worth. Oh no. Oh, I missed it. And again. Another one of you. Should have been paying more attention. How the hell? I'm too reckless. I'm way too reckless. The Reaper winked at me. I didn't like it. Oh lord. Broadside is cool. I think I need to be even closer to take good advantage of it. Pellet grenade. I'll try. There's a heal here? Oh. I should grab that. Also missed a side path. Definitely the heal. Without a doubt. I think you need to sprint. There. Ah. I forgot about the corruption. Should have done that before grabbing it. I got a trophy Soltari R&D. For whatever reason, they don't show up on stream. I wonder why that is. No part of the PS5 overlay does. I guess it's intentional. Is this another honorarium sigil? Or, I guess not. Huh. I'm going to look at all of these effects. Ricochet. No longer pierce, but high damage. Bullet cancel. Yeah, I saw that before. Split into multiple projectiles when it hits a hostile. Ooh. I still need to aim. It seems to be a consistent thing with Nova Lance. You gotta aim. I'll try it. It's funny how spending a key makes you think, well, I have to pick up the weapon and use the sunk cost fallacy, I think, is all that is. You don't have to care. If the weapon isn't good, it isn't good. I need more power. They really just say that. Might controls everything. And without power, you cannot protect anything, Arjun. Let alone yourself. Okay, I need to stop. It's almost brain rot. It's cool brain rot, but it is brain rot. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think so. It's gonna be hard to find an upgrade to the set of artifacts I have right now. So, get power, clear corruption, heal up. Don't play like garbage. And everything will be fine. No, no. I wonder what the max rank of artifacts is. I feel like it's not 4. I want to say it's 10, but that would imply that the game is ridiculously long. But maybe I'm okay with that. If a single run can last an entire stream. I think they intend you to take breaks, if that's the case. Or maybe Act 2 of this game will also be a separate thing. Do I want this stupid gun? Well, given what I just said about it. Ah, I got power. Sure. anything else. Power cells, corrupted cell, artillery cell. Projectiles fly faster, further, and a more concentrated spread. Each spawn cell is surrounded by a rotating swarm. I remember that. Damage over time. Generates power. Each time a cell is spawned, it cleanses a portion of the wielder's corruption and deals additional damage. Cool. Do they turn yellow if that happens? Cells release additional arcing projectiles, which burst and split on impact. You can go crazy with these cells. I think all that's missing is a way of spawning cells without killing an enemy, so you can use it better against bosses, I suppose. Maybe. Maybe something as limited as, if there are no cells, summon a cell. Maybe with some additional effect, so it's not as useless as that sounds. I really do like all the power weapons so far, and all the main weapons. And that's this room again. They're definitely getting better at this type of gameplay and balancing all the roguelike stuff. That was a little screwy. Nope. Now I'm finding duplicates. In Returnal, you would also find a lot of duplicates if you started scrapping artifacts. And I guess it's worth noting, in Returnal, the negative effects, similar to corruption, were completely separate from artifacts, which is why you could destroy artifacts as much as you want, because destroying an artifact in Returnal was a net negative. Like, getting rid of it doesn't get rid of anything bad, so it doesn't benefit you. That's the point of difference. Now, how many of these do I have left? 27 out of 25 Halcyon. Wait a minute. What the heck? That's strange. I forgot how many sigils I picked up. I wish I could see right now. Red container. Healing? I can't quite preview what I'm gonna get anyway. Unless there isn't a point of no return over here, is there? No, I don't think there is. So that's one path. There's another, but I'm not sure if I care about that one. There was maximum life one time. It's the only thing I'm looking out for. Maybe I'll take this path. Although the containers could be kind of crap. I could also mix and match the paths, because I still have more, right? Yeah, I do. Just trying to make sure that I'm well suited for the fight. Oh, but I would definitely want a different weapon. I don't think the grenade's gonna work either, because the boss was very far away at times. There's probably a weapon in here. There's only more healing on the other side, not max life, so sure. Tactical rifle. That might be a good idea. 10 drive. What is the rifle scale with? Mostly command. My command is kind of low. I think different weapon variants scale with different stats as well, to skew you a certain way. If I redraw this, the artifact goes away. Okay, fair enough. Payload. Fast charge, power gen, reflected charge. I could grab it and think. This is the repeater, so it's... That seems good. I'll just use my last redraw to see something else. Smart rifle. It would be easy to hit the boss this way. Maybe I can focus on dodging the attacks. Okay. Each shot fires extra homing projectile. 2 additional projectiles. Dash load. Bonus rounds on overload. And that. That all seems good to me. And I see the extra. What was the alt fire? That's the only thing I didn't look at. Each shot travels a short distance and splits into homing projectiles. Okay. That is a very long run. I really hope I don't die. I didn't even run through all the areas. You can get even stronger than this. If you find enough max life. I feel like max life upgrade should be a consistent incentive to do certain things, like Nightmare Strands, beating bosses maybe. Especially when you have the freedom to replay any area or not. I didn't check. Am I out of sigils? Yes. So I think you either find 3 or 4, and that kind of determines which path you can max out. I've always had this thought that when the amount of max life and healing you find in a roguelike action game is random, then the player's margin for error just ends up being random, depending on the run. So some runs you can play really terribly and still live. Other runs you could play really well, but you make just a few mistakes and you die because you found so little maximum life. I feel like that's one aspect that could be consistent. I'm not exactly too happy with the fact that I can find artifacts that heal me like crazy in this game either. I would prefer if that wasn't a thing. Or if you found an artifact that heals you, you necessarily wouldn't find other means of healing. I do think there's a lot to think about in terms of how that could be balanced and designed better. It's not set in stone. Modern roguelikes are not infallible, okay? There is more than enough room to question a lot of decisions in them. Okay, before I face the big guy, I'm gonna take a short break. And then I hope for the best. I'll be right back. I have eternally returned. If eternally means until the end of the stream. I think I'll be good. Here goes. I wonder if there's any reason to go on the platforms, or if they're just for show. Yeah, there are a bunch of different layouts for this. Algol, hey. Thank you. I think I will... My odds of beating the Architect are much higher. I'm definitely going to see at least another phase. Oh. For a moment I didn't register what the game was asking me to do there. The build-up here works so well. I'm becoming nervous because of it. I have a homing weapon, so I think aiming won't be a concern. I have 2 homing weapons, actually. Damn. At least I didn't take damage from that. It's actually really hard to read. That was bad. Probably use this, I just don't know when's a good time. Haha. Nearly got me with the melee again. Now maybe? Did I miss? Oh, I missed, didn't I? He moves so much. What a jerk. Good thing I didn't need the dash for that. Oh, okay. I'm comfortable with its patterns in this phase. Though I fear I'm gonna die once it's over. Okay, now... What? Oh! Okay. There was serious knockback there. It made me fly off the platform. Oh, now what? I see. Oh no. Okay. Okay. I thought those would aggressively home in, which is why I dashed, but that's not what they were doing. That is such a cool boss. It's so awesome. It feels... I was using a homing weapon, which I think is necessarily weaker. It has auto hit and homing projectiles, so that I think makes it way weaker. I didn't feel like I was doing an obnoxiously small amount of damage, but it does feel like that boss is balanced around most of the meta upgrades that I'm ignoring. So yeah. I can definitely do it though. I just need to see what else happens. That red bullet pattern followed by the blue bullet pattern. That was cool. It's kind of tricky to dodge in between and then absorb the blue bullets though. Yeah, still nothing new to do here. Just gotta go for it. Let me just check how long it's been. Okay. What area do I want to start from? Maybe I'll start from the first biome. I think the platform actually got smaller, which seems quite rough. Yeah, it fell apart and exposed some grapple points so I could get back on. That's cool. What the hell is the third phase gonna do? I'm excited. I like it when I die to a boss, and I'm happy about it. I think that's a sign of a great game. Oh yeah, I have a new modifier now, because I beat a Nightmare Strand, so I have... Revenge Bullets. They seem kind of easy to deal with. I'm just questioning if... Do I want Revenge Bullets? I think Alpha Hostile Enhancement is... I don't think you were here for this, Algol. The elite enemies that have extra random abilities and attacks layered on top of their existing behavior. This gives them even more unique abilities all at once. And they start resembling the elite enemies from Returnal, where it's like, oh, it's one of those big enemies. Why is it shooting a disco ball of lasers at me? That's different. I think both games handle elite enemies really well. They are so cool and so fun to fight. So I am never switching that off. Maybe I could replace artifact destruction with hostile death projectiles. Maybe that's more interesting. Oh, that's a neat modifier. Yeah, it's gotta be one of the best ones. At first I thought Corruption Enhancement and Power Decelerator were kind of uninteresting, because I saw them as statistical tweaks. But Corruption is not a big deal unless you max this out, and then you really need to recover from Corruption, because it can mess you up. And then Power is too easy to generate unless Power Decelerator is maxed out. And you can still generate a lot of it if you know what you're doing. Like when an enemy fires a really dense blue bullet pattern at you and you just absorb as much of it as you can. And you get a full meter anyway. It almost feels like having these two modifiers on was the original balance of the game. But then they just lowered the floor and moved that to optional difficulty modifiers. That's what it feels like to me. I'm pretty happy that it feels that way. Okay, yeah. No more artifact destruction, because I can only have 6 of these active at a time right now. Hostile death projectiles. From what I saw, this isn't that big of a deal. They just fire singular corruption projectiles when they die. It could blindside me, but it should be fine. I keep forgetting about that. For future reference, if you want to see Algol, this is the armor matrix. I just drew a straight line through it so I could see more of it. I could have much bigger numbers for sure. And then when I got the parry, I didn't want to get this because I think the parry is pretty reasonable right now, but if it starts canceling the entire screen of bullets and making enemies take massive damage, I think then the parry will become unbalanced in a way that I don't find appealing. Right now I don't rely on the parry as just an option sometimes, if the situation is right, and I like that. Okay, on to the first biome. I'll try to do another big run and get even stronger for Architect. That is a serious boss fight. That feels like a final boss, honestly. I just realized, I guess the game's slogan could apply to something other than the meta progression. The slogan is, come back stronger, is what it is. And if I replay earlier areas and have a really good run, I will come back stronger. Ask me anything, Algol, because at this point I can't remember what you were here for. Well, I guess practically nothing, but I won't explain every little detail unless you ask, since I already did that in past streams. Oh my god, it's Fatal Drain. Well, that's incredible. Okay, you can see some revenge bullets here. I think compared to a twin-stick horde shooter that throws hundreds of enemies at you, singular revenge bullets are not going to do much in this game. There's no reason not to. I won't be redoing all of the areas, just enough to hit the cap on how many artifacts I'm carrying and get a high proficiency level for a good gun. Then I'll fight Architect again. That's what that previous run was. I didn't play well enough. I suppose the revenge bullets make it more dangerous for me to immediately grab the Leucinite from the enemies. Okay, that's a lot of good healing artifacts immediately.
They told me about the city. Glorious and tortured. They begged me to find it for them. They didn't know that I'd seen it too. I was ready to tear and rend my way to it. What I want, what I need, it waits for me.
No point. I think the key I just spent was questionable. I won't open another container. about the elite enemies, Algol, I can give you an example of one of them. It's this flying thing from the second area. It has a bunch of attacks, including corruption bullets, some unblockable, undashable bullets. What is with all the healing artifacts? It's amazing. Some corruption lasers. It's a beefy enemy with a fair few attack patterns. The alpha version of it would continuously spawn vertical lasers all over the battlefield, which have telegraphing before they fire, so you can always react to them. It had an aura that blocks all attacks from you if you're outside of the aura, so you need to get close to be able to damage it. And it can also protect other enemies with that aura. It had a counter on hit effect where every single time I would shoot it, it would fire a blue absorbable projectile in retaliation. And those are all randomly chosen additional abilities for that particular elite enemy. It was so cool. That wasn't an enemy, that was a mini-boss. In fact, it was probably harder than one of the actual mini-bosses. Oh yeah, I was never here with the grapple. And that's why I missed this audio log, I think.
Delroy and Micah out on reconnaissance again. Meanwhile, Kira's cataloguing the native flora and fauna. God, her enthusiasm. I could listen to her talk all day. This is a miraculous world. To think, I almost didn't come here. This really is a new beginning. The opportunity of a lifetime.
Or did I just not find the path up to the audio log? Yeah, because that was... that was back when things are normal, is when that was recorded, I think. Oh, it stops you from taking that if you're maxed out. Fair enough. It would just be useless. Healing items salvage into currency. Well, Lucenite isn't exactly currency, but I'm sure that's familiar to you. Yeah, they salvage if you're already full, is what I meant to say. Right, it's this thing. This is ridiculous. Kills restore integrity. It regenerates when it's low. All of my healing effects are better. And I also have life steal when I'm low. Is the game trying to tell me something after that death? This is a really cool vista. Yeah, that power weapon is basically a railgun. Can't get through that. I haven't seen you in a while. Tough customer. He survived multiple headshots with a railgun. I think this version of the railgun is more suited for multiple targets, though. That's not much of an upgrade, I won't take it. That container is necessarily a power weapon. By the way, Algal, I assume you read my Discord messages, but I didn't explicitly say sorry for ditching the stream yesterday. I had to make a call, and I hadn't played Frosthaven in a while. Nor seen my playgroup. So that's why. Okay. I still don't care. Although 3 keys is a lot. Excuse me, just pouring myself a drink. I just realized some of the enemies I was fighting before activating the Eclipse, I think that's just what they're like before the Eclipse, and in later areas I have to activate the Eclipse. So there I'm just fighting harder versions of the same enemy. I think that's what's going on. That's pretty bad. I don't really want that. But I'll find more artifacts. I'll keep my... what do you call them? They had a name, the reroll items. Weaker Aether, I don't think so. And I guess I'll get a better power weapon right before fighting the boss here. Can I salvage this? Okay. I think that was my best choice. Acolyte's Wager, that's what those are called. Huh. I have a lot of healing. What the hell? I'll do the Nightmare Strand. Right, that's an effect I don't have active right now. So I'll have to switch off this gun after this because it's gonna get nerfed. I think there's still a significant risk in going here, but I'm willing to take it. Well, those turrets are very deviously placed. Gotta be careful. I've actually never seen this arrangement before. They're everywhere. Okay, can I at least wipe you out with this? Yes. That's great. Uh-oh. You're right there. Oh, that's just great. And something wicked this way comes. Yeah, maybe. This wasn't the best of ideas. Or maybe I just need to aim my charge shots and everything will be fine. That's working quite well. This is that field I was talking about. I need to be inside here to hurt this thing. I think I missed that shot, but then it ricocheted and hit the enemy anyway. Oh, these guys. They're not that bad. Although, I've underestimated them before. I never noticed, but melee attacks force them to stop moving. That's good to know. Okay, I still don't have overdrive, that's... Maybe I'll get it here. I'm afraid of a big enemy. Like that, yeah. That would be an example of a big enemy. That leaping attack is a problem. Huh. There it is. Good enough. I could have hit both of them with that. I'm still wondering how the damage of the overdrive scales, because it was... At some point, I killed both of these big guys with a single overdrive. I suspect that I'm missing something. Okay, there. I don't think so. Those enemies have caught me off guard with that many a time. Okay. Ah, those are disappointing rewards. Well, I guess the key is good. There's a chance of finding max life and max power, power being the meter beneath my crosshair. That's how I do the railgun and other power weapons. This is going to be a long run. I might go over 4 hours for this stream. I guess that's just better. Same thing, but more stats and an extra ability. Ah, this is what I was hoping for in there. That's not really... Well, that's right. Part of the reason that took so long is because the stats of my gun decayed over time inside of there. But I think I'll find another weapon, and this is just better in the long run. These things. Really don't like these things. Living homing missiles is what they feel like. This gun can still kill things. It's not all bad. Pellet grenade shotgun. Yes. I'll stick with the shotgun. I refer you to my previous remark. There shouldn't be much left of this place. The revenge bullets definitely do something for those enemies. I wonder if maybe corruption as a mechanic is meant to counter healing effects. Because you can't heal if your max life is reduced. But if I just gain a bunch of power and use my power weapon, I get rid of the corruption, so... Why am I being reminded of Ultra Kill's hard damage a little bit? I guess that's okay. Dash drain, though. I think the artifacts here are just going to be weak in any case. I'll take this for now. Might destroy it later. Do I backtrack for this? It'll be boring if I do. I won't make you watch that. I have enough healing effects, I just need to cleanse the corruption. Very bad. Okay. Blue bullets, please. I keep forgetting that the big melee brute can send out a storm of projectiles as well. Oh yeah, I also didn't have this in this area before. Pellet wall is kind of... This gun is fine, I just need to play better. Almost forgot about the dash cooldown increase, even though there's an icon for it. I suppose. I do go for melee kills, and some enemies die in one hit to melee. So it's a good idea. Frenzied hostiles is really bad. I could die just like that. I had to mess with the remote so the power save settings don't switch off the TV. Okay, at this point, now I have a bullet canceling bomb as my power weapon. I think that's what that effect was. What the heck? I like crossbows. Although it's this one. It doesn't have as much of a spread on it. And boss time. Still thinking about this stuff. I think I was just not impressed with weaker Aether, yeah. That's why I didn't take that. And I'll save my keys. I've never fought him with this weapon. This is the first boss. I'll let the cutscene play, I guess. If you're wondering, the Architect's cutscene automatically skips on subsequent attempts for some reason. Which is actually good, but if it didn't, I would just manually skip it. So it's a little odd. Okay, what is this aim snapping? I didn't look into it. It's awkward. I know it's trying to aim for me, but I must have missed something in the settings related to that. I suppose you're right. This thing is not bad at all. But the corrupted projectiles are very punishing, so I still need to be careful. And phase 2 is kind of tricky. But this is the only boss that gives you healing pickups during the fight in phase 2, so it shouldn't be that bad. I fumbled my controls and barely shielded in time there. I think I'll overdrive on phase 2. Okay. This grass stuff, hinders your movement and jump height, and the things that spawns in phase 2 create more of it on the floor. I think some of the patterns are designed to get you if your jump height is reduced, like these shockwaves. So that's kind of cool. I think this is a decent first boss. It's got a fair bit going on. Okay, it's exposed again. For the record, I could just replay the area where the Architect is immediately. Replaying old areas is mostly to just build up power, or if you want to, for its own sake. Alright, there's another cycle of this. If you're wondering, it closes back up at exactly half-life on both of the first two phases. So it's not a timed thing, it's not a DPS check. It doesn't get tedious, is what I'm saying. Oh, I need to kill that. healing at this point. I should have used my power. I forgot about overdrive. Oh, there we go. I guess that's another good place to use overdrive. Just end the last phase faster. There we go. Fun thing, Arjun has voice lines for beating a boss. I didn't get one there. Maybe it's because I've already beaten this thing a few times. But when I refought the second boss, he did say something. Made it a bit more satisfying. Right, and in a consecutive run I have to do the second area, specifically after the first, but then I have a choice. One of the... I think the fourth area is optional and I can skip straight to the fifth. That's what I did on the last run. And I think that would be good enough. Look at this. Why do I find this so pleasing? Did you grasp what's going on with the shield, Algol? I don't know if I should over-explain or... Yeah, I'll activate this immediately. Oh, absolutely. There are actually times... Oh, here's another thing that I completely forgot about. There's an achievement for beating an area without using the shield, so they definitely had that in mind. I'm gonna try that, but I already messed it up and the game gets really hard from here on out, so maybe another run. Basically, the shield... Think of it as a combination of Eschatos' shield and one polarity from Ikaruga. You can only absorb blue bullets. And the power meter, as I said, as you saw, lets me use the power weapon. So it's kind of the same thing as Ikaruga in that regard, the homing laser attack. I think that's really cool. Do I want this thing? Favorite target is good with charge burst. But stats. Part of the reason I'm doing earlier areas first is to get more stats over the course of a run. Okay, what's in here? A Nova Lance. Sure. There's some good targets for it. I was wondering how the hell you get up there. And I found out last run. For some reason, this optional challenge area, this Nightmare Strand, which is where I got the Revenge Bullet effect from, for some reason, it brings you back next to that yellow container down there, so that's how you cross that gap. It's very bizarre. I'll do both paths, so it doesn't really matter which way I go. Recoil. Okay. And at this point I'm gonna start destroying artifacts so I can make room for more. I don't know how I missed that. I need to go for now, but I'll check out the VOD later to see if you managed to do it this run. Good luck. Thank you, and have a good time. A good day or night. I don't think I even want to destroy an artifact for this. I'll switch to that, yeah. How good is Power Generator now? If they really did nerf it. Oh, I gotta be more careful. I guess the choice here is always between a healing item and a container, depending on the path. That might be worth it. I think I could get a few efficiency levels. Proficiency levels, I mean, from that. Full power, so the meter needs to be maxed out for that to take effect. I think I'll replace kill power. Want some more profit for the time being. Wow. I guess breaking a shield counts as a melee hit. Damage buff on full power is huge. Those guys take several melee attacks otherwise. What are you doing with that? Ah, that's where I came from. I don't think that's worth it. Again, with the shield effects just not really doing it for me. Right. forgot how you get this. For the sake of pellet grenade. That's not really worth it. It's probably good enough, it's just... conditional damage resistance sounds really lame to me. No. No, that's not worth it. Even if I have 3 keys. Same thing. There we go. This is a good power weapon. It's worth it to aim the thing. The revenge bullets finally got me. That's a lot of corruption from a single bullet. Yeah, that's how they're balanced. Easy to avoid, but quite punishing. I think I've seen this level chunk before. Yeah, maybe. That's a great effect. Now I'm wondering if the ranks only scale the stats, because that was still really strong, although it's a rank 1 artifact. Yeah, I think I'll replace the shield effect. I'm not impressed by it. Shortcut. I got a bit disoriented. Disoriented, I mean. Do I have to get up there? No, these barely move. The way forward is here, though. Ah, I missed that first time. Not being very careful here, but I'm just curious if there's more loosenite to grab. Aha, that's what I ignored the jump pad. Whoops. I think this is even more new level generation. Huh. It seems like that piston is meant to extend high enough for you to get here, but I'm not sure. Because it doesn't. No, that's not really gonna do anything.
Caution. Alpha hostile.
What's it gonna be this time? I know it'll be terrifying, but... Oh no! It's you? Why the hell is it you? That's terrifying. Okay, at least you don't have a lot of life. There is that. Yeah, you're just meant to dash away from him. Now I get it. Watch the shockwaves. And he's gone. Okay, that wasn't so bad. I do understand how to deal with Rhabdom now. Or whatever that degraded version was called. I don't exactly remember. Oh, yeah. I like the Dispiritor. I could do with some cleanup on the power weapon. I'll need to pay more attention to my starting stats. I have a slight concern that the pickups I'm getting from enemies are permanent. I hope not. Next time I start a run, I'll look. My stats should be whatever I have from the armor matrix. But I just feel like I have a lot of maximum life. And yet I still die pretty quick, so maybe it doesn't matter. I'm just curious. I will do the Nightmare Strand again. Just on the off chance I get more max life. Or max power. I guess it could be that the max life and max power upgrades are permanent but one time. I'm trying to think. I guess they could show up randomly in some places. Oh, but I got max life upgrades from beating an area for the first time, and in the room after the boss there would always be a max life upgrade. Maybe they are permanent. That's a little weird, because that's another form of meta progression. And it's kind of unassuming. I don't care for that. The downside is not a problem, but... Stronger Aether at low integrity. I think, yes. Maybe the regeneration is so slow that I don't really care about it. Yeah. I'll delete that one. Static negator's not a problem. I do like the revenge bullets. They require me to pay a little more attention, and they have a significant effect when there are swarms of smaller enemies. It's you. not handling this that well. But good enough, I suppose. There will be quite a lot of organic enemies. Are there enemies that are organic and something else, or... For instance, all of the humanoid enemies, are they considered organic, or are they a different class that overrides that? I don't think that's gonna matter that much. Okay. I won't spend an item on that. It's fine. Although, there's another wager. What the heck? It could be better. Piercing shell. I don't believe I've seen that. Projectiles pierce through hostiles, exploding on each hit. That sounds awesome. Oh, multi-kills are basically immediately reloading this weapon. Well, there's a great combination of weapon and artifact. It blows up all the small enemies, gets a multi-kill, and then it can keep shooting. So for example, these two guys. Ah, that wasn't a multi-kill. It's not foolproof, but it is very good. Keep the heal there for the moment. Favorite target headhunter charge burst is potentially enemy melting power. I'll try to take advantage of it. Okay, round the corner, little guys. Now be gone. I think I saw the chain explosions there. That was very good. Ah. I don't think I've seen a locked door in a while. Okay, I'll salvage the healing items. And this gun's good. And moving on. Only one key. Hold on to it. pain. Yeah, there. I hit a bunch of them. And I reloaded my power, pretty much. That right there was the power of that combo. That enemy is beefy and yet it went down real fast. There's a heal in there. But first, I'm gonna do something a little cheeky perhaps. Those might look like bullets, but it's actually a refreshing fountain that cleansed me of my ailments. And now I can go in here. And there's the big heal I was expecting. And it's not wasted. Auto mark. I think Charge Burst is just better with those two effects, Headhunter and Favorite Targets, so I'll hold on to it. The other gun is maybe better for... Now maybe that was a waste. But I think it'll be fine. Okay, I got a multi-kill. That's another multi-kill. I'm starting to appreciate certain artifact effects way more. I'm seeing the vision, the builds, and whatnot. Oh, people always talking about them builds. No, I'm keeping the handgun. All right. That's approaching the end of the second branch. And then I'll do the Nightmare Strand, I guess. Fight the boss again. Should be very easy. The boss, I mean. The Strand, who knows? Maybe I'll die. Then I do the third area, skip the fourth area, go to the fifth area, and fight Architect again. I'm saying this so that I don't forget what my plan is, so I don't get distracted. Resilience. Yeah, I think you pick artifacts more so for their unique effects than their stats. Some of them just give you more stats, because they don't have unique effects. Okay. I'm already over 4 hours. Hell with it, this is a long one. I don't want to split this run up. Because when I have a run in progress and I've saved it, I will... I'll just be anticipating when I can finish that run, and I'll be restless because of it. Apologies to my future self for having to go through 5 to 6 hours of video. This combo of artifact and power weapon can probably wipe out some Nightmare Strands if I play it right. I effectively parried the projectiles. That's the cool way of gaining power. It is quick. Man, there's even some depth to how you absorb projectiles. Didn't really think about that until now. I have overdrive, so I can fall back on that if things get ugly. Well, you need to go. And you just went straight to meet your maker. Tell him I said hi. That is so powerful. I definitely have a good idea of what guns are strong. Come to think of it, if they're... I was thinking about the max life upgrade thing again. If they are accounting for the armor matrix stat upgrades at least a little bit, then it's good that they also give you permanent life upgrades if you're not using the armor matrix, so that you're not just screwed if you don't. Maybe that's the idea. But I'm not even sure if the life upgrades are completely permanent. I guess on top of that, they also let you increase the damage that enemies deal. I gotta be careful there. Take this. I should have realized this sooner, but I can actually decide how long the volley is based on how much damage I need to do to each enemy. So I could do short volleys as well. Of course it was you with your homing projectiles. Back off. Alright, I can't hold on to it indefinitely. There's always a turret. Oh, that was it. I thought there was one more room. Okay. As good as it is. This up. I am swimming in Acolyte's wagers. Alright, redrawing a weapon just gives you something of your current proficiency. That's... that's really good. Well, I guess if it was... If it kept it at the same proficiency level, it would just be not worth doing, I think. They have the exact same... It's just... It's not quite better. Oh, it's a different variant of the same weapon type. And it's the one I prefer. So yeah. Although it might be weaker than the other one. I didn't have enough power to cleanse the corruption anyway, so it's fine. Stronger Aether. Yes, please. I don't know what I was thinking with this, it really doesn't matter. I'll reach proficiency 40 anyway. Is there an upper limit, I wonder? And yeah, here I am at the thing again. So I guess you're guaranteed to find a power weapon container. Okay, since this is here... But I currently have a synergy with Prominence. Oh, Concentrated Slug. That's gonna be really bad for multi-kills. No, I'm sticking with this. It could help me kill the boss, but I just don't know if I really care. Wait, I can't even reroll this because my inventory's full, so you kind of have to commit before you even see what you can get. I suspect that some of the rank 1, even though they're the artifacts that I want, maybe an emergency drain is not good enough. But it could keep me alive. But it's only rank 1. Okay. It could be that the unique effect also scales, not just the stats. Bonus hallucinate from all kills. Fine. Okay. Hopefully this will be a piece of cake. I didn't register what that was. Well, that was incredible. Yeah, they do drop hallucinate, because they're just regular enemy spawns. Yeah, you have to be running at a specific angle. That homing attack is designed for that. Amazing. The lack of a mini-map during boss fights actually makes these enemy spawns a bit more threatening. It's funny to think about. I think I missed my opportunity to parry one of them. I just want to do it for fun. This boss is just a giant turret. It's a boss version of the enemies it summons. Why did it take me so long to realize that? Oh my god, that was fast. I think this is the first time I felt that strong. Okay, good. Area 3. Shattered Descent. I could call them by name. Rhabdom. The Fortress. Architect. I guess that's just better. I don't care. I'm maxed out. Yeah, but it doesn't even let me take the adrenaline item. Maybe I could give you Leucinite or something, just so it's not completely... Like, this isn't even a choice in this situation. I just want to remind myself what these were. Trail mines, yeah. Vacuum bomb, holy... yeah. Damage over time. Oh, I have sort of a combo here with my artifact as well. So I'll have a lot of... yeah, my power is full. Bonus melee damage from this. And since my power is full, it's easier to get a melee kill, and then immediately after I spend my power, and I benefit from this. Okay, I'll try to keep that in mind. It's kind of tricky. It's cool. The melee doesn't feel too powerful, and it used to be too powerful in terms of stagger in Returnal. You could stun enemies so easily. Seriously, how do I get over there? I see the door, but... I feel like there's a secret entrance from this side, and yet... huh. I can't reach this Eclipse Strand. Oh, I'm so stupid. It was just that this whole time. Okay, at least I know now. Stronger Aether. A duplicate? I could just have incredibly strong healing items to carry me through the next two areas for now. This is gonna seem crazy, but I think I want to find a higher rank version of Fatal Drain later, so I'm just going to destroy this one. Misfire doesn't bother me at all. I've yet to notice that effect. This room is way too cool for just having some loot in it. I could see there being more logs in here, so I'll have to visit this regularly. I just missed a grapple point. I'm still laughing at that. Oh, there must be some sort of secret pathway to... no. Ah, to Evelyn, author unknown. I hope you're happy now, I really do. I don't think you'll ever read this. I need to write it to make sense of the wreckage you left behind. I write with the dream that you'll read it someday and feel a little sting in your heart. I thought we were friends, but either one of us changed or I never knew you at all. Everyone's been stressed, and I know you had it harder than most. But that you had to self-destruct like that? I'm sure you felt a thrill when you basked in the heat of your burning bridges. But what now? Where will you go? I know you don't believe in Carly's cause. Oh, I remember Carly. And I know you're not dumb enough to think you could survive on your own. You used to talk about needing something bigger, something better. I have to hope you find it, and that it makes you better. That was incredibly bitter.
I figured out what's causing the eclipse. I had it all wrong. by logic, by rules that don't apply here. If my research fell into the wrong hands, they would try to steal my discovery. There is no moon!
Interesting. That kind of reminds me of a certain revelation in Return. I guess it's not quite the same, but it's similarly like, oh, that's cool. That's intimidating, but also what does it even mean? I believe the exact line was, I have seen the jet black skull behind the helmet of the astronaut. Like, that's really cool imagery. But what? That just raises more questions. Yeah, I guess there is a similarity there. I'm not crazy. Okay. Maybe I'll make it within 5 hours. Ideally. I think I would prefer if all of that Lucenite was just in a trail leading this way, and there was only lore inside that building. Running through it is getting a bit dull, and there's no reason not to do it otherwise, and it's always there, so... Whereas just running in a straight line would be a bit less. I guess it's not that big of a deal, either way. I just had that thought now. Take the stat up. Can you parry corrupted projectiles to... Because they went into Arjun's suit there. I assume if you try to parry a large number of them, you just get corruption damage. Okay. Sure. No, that's not even remotely worth it. It took me a moment to process what it does. Onward. I can see the collection radius doing something. For some reason I was much more compelled to be greedy when enemies dropped currency in Returnal. but strictly speaking, there is a reason to be greedy for... Huh. Power weapon, remember? There is enough reason to be greedy for Lucenite as well. I don't know that I care. I already saw how powerful the multi-kill converter is. I don't need this. I'm being very greedy and aggressive. I'll get rid of it. But I think I also... Wait a minute. Now I can reach, probably have to step away and back. Melee hits generate power. That doesn't really work with bonus melee damage at full power. They don't work together well. Oh, it's the thing I just got rid of. Well, that's funny. Okay, what the heck. I think I should have just held on to my Acolyte's wagers. That was not worth it. And that was a misinput that was nearly a problem. They don't hit that hard, but it is kind of silly that I'm doing that. Okay, just go. You don't need to min-max that hard. I don't even like min-maxing it. It's obnoxious and often tedious. I can't aim. It is hard to aim with this gun, though. That's part of the point. I should have just landed a quick charge shot for auto-targeting. There was something around this corner. Yeah. What is smooth action? Perfect reload boosts the weak point damage of the next shot. That would be good with a charge shot, which would be a... Huh. Yeah, because if it was on a marksman hand cannon, then that would be good. Then I could fire an entire magazine in one charge shot. Active reload. No, couldn't do anything with that even if I wanted to. And then the active reload would boost the weak point damage, and I could just destroy enemies in singular shots. Oh no. Maybe I'm feeling the need for some power generation right now. Multi-kill. That's good. I need to keep that ball rolling. That could also cleanse corruption really fast. Headhunter favorite target charge burst. Maybe that's better. could be moving a bit faster. Just being very diligent with the areas. You know what the Eclipse strands remind me of? The Lightspeed dash from Sonic. It's just that that's a reusable Lightspeed dash. It doesn't rely on collectibles. Oh yeah, the log is still behind an unbreakable barrier. Yeah, see, there's a max life upgrade there. Oh, that is kind of like Metroid. That's an E-tank that I can't access because I don't have the thing yet. Okay, yeah. I can see why people made some more Metroid comparisons when compared to Returnal. Still can't do anything about that, right? I didn't get any... No, I got an Acolyte's Wager. Okay, so I could take that if I wanted. This is pretty crap, and I don't like the cooldown. I think that's an easy enough trade. So I lost 8 drive for 8 command. Goodbye, corruption. Perhaps I wasn't paying the most attention to how much heal on kill was helping me. That could be a problem. Wow, that's good. Active synergy. What is active synergy? I know about that. Yep. Uh-huh. After absorbing projectiles with the shield, the blast radius of the next shot is increased. Oh, that works even better with the... That's fun. I like the different effects enough. I sometimes question why certain games are even roguelikes, because they don't have anywhere near enough variety. But with the perks, with certain combos of artifacts, I think this is good. Here's a thought. The revenge bullets are getting me to move more often, which gets me... It gets it in my muscle memory to play around the effect that reduces your damage if you stand still. It's actually kind of a good thing in a way. High weak point damage. No, I'm absolutely keeping this hand cannon. Excuse me. I think my phone is trying to push some assistant on me. And I might have said something to trigger it. I'll have to check the settings. Because no, I don't want you to minimize YouTube because I said something. Excuse the interruption. I'm taking so long that people are getting back home and I'm not alone anymore. This is definitely the last run of this stream. It's just so hard to stop playing. Hearing an enemy. And you heard a cat. I feel like I've traded meta progression for that was a fun way to kill that thing. I feel like I've traded meta progression for skill and knowledge progression. I mentioned that, but I'm feeling the knowledge right now because the setup with this power weapon is so good. Imagine I just have like on my person there is a knowledge XP bar and it leveled up a few times. Feels like that's what's happened. Oh yeah, I'm full on power, so those guys just die to melee. And so do these guys. Yeah, melee builds are a thing. This is incredible. I still feel like without move assist, capitalizing on a melee build would take more effort and would be even more satisfying. But I've already made that point before. Just because it's a stream doesn't mean that I want to repeat myself too much. I wish I had a key. But I'm also full on life, so maybe it's fine. Have Acolyte's Wagers. Acolyte's Wagers. Yeah, that is how you say that. That could be good. I should check first if I don't have any. I have one. That's not good. What was the corruption? Ah, that doesn't matter. I think I could ditch this. It's just stats. I will gain some stats. Actually, wait. This gives resilience, yeah. That's totally fine. I think I avoided fall damage. Okay, if I can't actually find max power and max integrity the way I thought. If those are one-time permanent upgrades, then why would I do Nightmare Strands? I thought that was part of the point. They still give you keys. But I don't think I can backtrack to the locked door from here. It looks like I could just barely make it. Ah, screw it. No ledge grab. I could try again, it barely does any damage. I just want to know if I could. I don't think I'm gaining enough height to ledge grab. Okay, whatever. I won't go for a key. I think the Nightmare Strand would waste a lot of time. And I think I just need to play better against Architect, and it'll be fine. I hope. Maybe a different weapon would also be good. I'm just thinking ahead to him, because these enemies are chumps. I might eat those words if I'm not careful, but I do think they're chumps. Yeah, you heard me. Already proficiency level 40. What were the projectiles in the air there? Ooh, I know that this effect is fairly strong. And I don't have Acolyte's Wagers. Damn it. Ah, there could have been one in there. That should be great for a Rhabdom. I think I would have been at 300% max life if I picked up that artifact. Forgot about that little bit there. I think I'm pretty much locked into using Prominence. Yeah, I think the 3 hours on the cell lifetime of the Dispiritor means that it scales as much as possible with that stat. That's how I'm interpreting that. Alright, Rhabdom. I think I've pretty much got your number now. I'll get on your level. Maybe I'm engaging in some crazy talk, you know. Yeah, if the grapple didn't make you invincible, I wouldn't be able to just do silly stuff like that. Careful. He's not a pushover. He's not. If I act like he is, I'm gonna regret it. if I can't win, I want to die to Architect. Okay. I think the projectile spilling forth from his mouth is just a unique attack. I thought it was a phase transition. Although he does seem to stop shooting blue projectiles past the halfway point. Which is cool. They made a deliberate choice that you can't gain power that way for the rest of the fight. It's not dependent on the eclipse or anything. Anything to say? What are you doing? Like, I know you're exploring this place, but don't you have anything to update me on? Oh well. That gate might close. I'm not taking chances on that. I don't want this run to be any longer. Someone's waiting for me. Oh, I had overdrive. I keep forgetting about overdrive. Falling back on it to heal yourself does make sense, so I guess I'm not playing wrong or anything, but it still feels wrong that I'm not taking advantage of it. Because as long as it stays maxed out, I'm not building up to another use of it. That's technically a deficit, right? I don't care for these. Do they get corrupted if I do this? Or do they disappear or something? No, so if I wanted better corrupted artifacts, I had to break that after activating the Eclipse. I'm taking note of that. I don't have Acolyte's Wagers though, so it didn't matter here. I'm pretty sure the achievement for filling out 3 bars of power requires the shield. So I need to gain a little bit more power, spend it all, then absorb 3 bars in one go and kill something. It's a tricky setup. Just looking at what those are, I can't do anything with them. Oh, that's just a bomb room. This, I guess. I could have gone for the red container, but I'm damaged, so... Right, I no longer have the corruption effects because I beat Rhabdom. My power generation is off the charts. Can I even do the achievement given? Still can't. Forgot to shoot the switch. Still no keys. In terms of resources, this kinda sucks. Oh, an ambush. Damage is insane, I gotta remember that. And that's also pretty insane. Hasn't crossed 5 hours yet, I just don't want to lose track of time. I'm not gonna get to 6 hours this stream. Okay. That feels a little better. If I was paying more attention, I would have realized that going up there is pointless. That could be good for... I'll find weapons on the way there. I think I want this thing. Ah, finally. I still don't have any keys. I'll look out for a key artifact, at least. I feel strong, but maybe not too strong. There's definitely a huge chance of Architect killing me. This is the kind of weapon that would be very difficult to use against him, but I think it'll be good until then. I almost clutched it. Oh, now that, if I didn't know better, I'd say that's an homage to a 2D bullet pattern in a 3D game. Oh, that's cute. Do I know better? It could be they just made the same type of pattern there. I don't think I want a shotgun. Is this the midway point, or am I closer to... This is the midway point with the Nightmare Strand. I won't do the Nightmare Strand, it's just going to take too long. See, if healing items gave me max life, then there'd be good reason for me to play really, really well. And also do areas like that, because even if I don't find a max life thing... I'm not sure. Maybe instead of the max life upgrades that are permanent, I prefer the downwell life system. That was a context sensitivity moment. I just wanted to get over here a bit quicker. That might be good. Multi-kill power. Oh, my weapon has power generator. Which is why... So this would make that even stronger, but... I don't know, I think I'm looking for something else. Power could just melt Architect if I spam power weapons at him, but... Am I really just gonna pick up +5 resilience? It's just 1 point more. But you know what? I think this doesn't really matter anymore because I'm not going to collect that much more Lucenite, so... A little bit of max life. Is that even going to make a difference? Whatever. Moving on. Heavy fall doesn't matter, so I guess there's no reason not to take that. I probably should have taken this instead, but... Oh well. Hi there. How you doing? I'm taking very little damage, but I don't think that's gonna last. I think that was a sweeping beam. I wasn't looking at that guy, and I didn't see that guy. That was rough. That was really rough. That's why I'm gonna need the sigils. Saturation fire. I think that's hard to use. I'll keep the rifle. Forgot you can't dash out of a sprint, and the ledge grab saved me. Ugh. Am I trying to give myself heart problems with these stupid plays? That looks interesting. I've seen that before. I want to be able to do that. I feel like being able to break yellow barriers is a major turning point. Ah, one of those. That's good. That's just bombs. That's new. I do think there was a serious effort to put more rooms in this game compared to Returnal. Melee kills, I don't care. Nah, not really. Perfect release is a new effect, but I won't mess with that now. I'll experiment with that later. mistimed it. I'm still making mistakes on parries. And now I'm full on power. Not this time. Oh, you're also doing that over there. Oh, I think the rapid fire is better when I don't have weak points to target. Yeah. It was just doing more damage there. So I've been misplaying that. I guess I can snipe those guys, for example. Grab the side path. It could be another sigil. Although I lost track of how many of those I got. That's garbage. I think I accidentally shot one of the switches. If I... Excuse me. If I, don't find a better weapon, I can see myself just keeping this onslaught rifle. I'll have to aim. I was relying on a homing weapon, so Architect's gonna be a problem, but... Architect really is an overlord. Not the concept of an overlord. The overlord from Star of Providence. That is a wall. I like walls. I like smashing my face into them. No, moving on. Looking for a particularly impactful artifact, or... Or maybe I'll use the reroll as a last resort. Okay. Close to the end now. Close to the end. Okay, so here, the alt fire is a good idea. To get rid of that problem enemy. Here it's a good idea because this thing has a head. I think it's a good idea anyway. I missed. Leave it to Housemark to make a game with a balanced parry. That guy again. He's really catching me off guard with those homing projectiles. But I see him now, I see him. That was dumb. You can't dash through those. Another one. These are some of my least favorite enemies right now. It's just the homing projectiles, is what it is. Ah. That was terrible. Someone else might have died to that attack, but I remembered that very clearly. Split smart rounds going into... maybe there's more before Architect. It's not going to be easy to clear that corruption. They do so much corruption damage with those homing projectiles. They're hard to avoid, and they're really punishing at the same time. Ugh. Power generator. It makes sense, even in the short term, to take that. Why would I... I guess I can swing down with that. Oh, this is another fight. Okay. Focus. That's just lovely. I have never seen that before. That's horrifying. Oh no. So much to keep track of. I can't believe I survived that. He wasn't hitting hard enough for some reason, and I am grateful for that. Restoring cell. I don't know if there are any more fights. I think prominence is better. Let me at least learn something. Yep. The max simultaneous cell count is raised and each cell lasts longer before expiring. I can't see the count. It's still 5. Seems good. I just need to cleanse the corruption. So there are a lot of different effects that alpha hostiles can have, and I really like that. That is definitely on par with Returnal's malformed enemies. That's insane. But I could see myself getting good at that. I was getting a hang of that near the end there. Seal of Grandiosity. With frenzied hostiles, I don't think so. Power from corruption. Damn. I don't have enough Acolyte's wagers to really... Is this worth it with frenzied hostiles? The thing is, I think outpacing the damage I take from the Architect might be one of my main ways of surviving and beating him now, so... Oh well. I also forgot about Overdrive again, and it would have been good to use there. Dumbass. Heh. That's a new one. Okay. That would be great if I could get any kills during the boss fight, but I can't. And even then, it probably wouldn't be that great. I think that's an effect that's like fine versus the second boss, and it's just too late for heal on kill by now. Again, I should check what I've got. Big heal isn't going to do anything. Acolytes or wager that might do something. And whatever's over there. Okay, I'll go this way. I think I have enough for it. That doesn't matter, and I'd rather not have an increased cooldown on the dash at this point. Sure. I really wish I could cleanse this corruption. Do I try to... I think I prefer the homing effect, just because I don't trust myself to land Nova Lance hits. It's probably good if you do, but I just can't. Powered damage. It's a very, very beefy boss. I think I can lose the integrity. Not that fall damage is a problem, I just think this is better. Did the other thing disappear? Was it a... Oh, it was a choice, right. That's why it disappeared. Duh. Well, that's as good as it gets. I think I'll throw out an early overdrive if I can land it. I think I know during which patterns the boss doesn't move much. I need to practice this thing. I need to strategize and build around it. This is a serious boss fight. I'd go so far as to say that the previous fights were kind of a joke by comparison. Yeah, you can cut ahead here. Now I'm confident enough to do it. Okay. Sink or swim. I forget if I can heal during this fight, but if I have any effect that can heal me, that is. Oh, that was close. But I just don't want corruption to build up anymore. Ow. Okay, that worked. That worked. That's exactly the pattern I wanted to hit him during. The knowledge, it's helping. I think I feel strong enough. Just gotta do better. That wasn't good. Those moves come out really fast and close together. It's easy to miss one and get hit there. That's what was happening to me before. Again, I wish my bullets weren't so distracting. I completely understand why the Star of Providence devs feel so strongly about that. Okay, you don't need to dash to avoid that. You can just move. Cool. I also really like this pattern. It's just for spectacle, but I appreciate that all on its own. Gonna reach with these? I don't know. I don't think so. Now I know. Some of them got cancelled somehow. Oh, that's just a move you have now. And you can follow it up with different things? I thought that was just a phase transition. Okay. You just stand still. It's aimed away from you. I'm stupid. The red bullets there are not a problem if you're not an idiot. Listen here, Griffin. Enough with these flybys. Oh, you can shoot those down before they hit the platform. I don't think that even has to do with my weapon. That's kind of cool. Oh, damn. Wasn't ready. Okay, now what? Did it get even smaller? Yes, it did. I think. Are you gonna keep destroying it? I'm worried. That was good. You're too close. You're way too close. I see. Okay. I knew it would be something like the arena gets even smaller. Yes! Architect trophy.
Where is she? I'm here. Where are you? Nithya! That was real. Tell me that was real.
Echelon 1 signal origin.
Where'd that projectile go? Was that a revenge bullet? Whew. I don't think Phase 3 was that bad. Maybe I can do more things. But that was really fun and really freaking cool. Now what? Penalty. Lots of modifiers. I think it's worth showing the full summary for this one, because that was a really good run. Yeah, I just learned how to fight Architect and it was all good. I feel like stories... I feel like a lot of story's gonna happen, and I would do all of it before ending the stream, but I've gone way over. So, that's all. Yes! No one's here in the chat, so VOD watchers, thank you for watching.